Well, that's better. Okay, now I can wear an echo. Hello, everyone. I don't know if anyone's watching. I don't particularly care right now because that's not the point. The point of this is because I'm going to start doing some live streaming. I'm going to start showing you the kind of things that I do on a daily basis and have done for many years. In fact, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to show you the new way of working, to be honest. Things have changed dramatically in the last few years. You know, this is, I'm going to see if I can turn that thing off. There we go. All right, that's better. Great. Sorry, I'm being distracted by all kinds of stuff that's flashing in front of me as I try and get used to this, because really I have no idea what I'm doing, to be honest. I'm just starting out and trying all these things out, and I don't have the muscle memory for it yet. So I'm going to practice and practice and practice and see how far I get. You know, I'm pretty confident I can have a good go at it. It doesn't seem too hard. We'll see though, right? We will see. So, yeah, the whole point of all of this is that I'm going to be showcasing like how I work and the things I'm working on, because I do actually work on a lot of stuff, and you know, I want to give you, some insight behind the scenes. You know, you can see the techniques that I use. You'll be able to see the ways that I work, the thought processes I go through, and I'm going to do my very best to think out loud instead of just mumbling to myself, which is what I normally do. You know, I'll sitting on kind of, yeah. Well, actually I've changed that a little bit, to be honest, because I've started talking to my computer a lot more, getting older, and my hands are a bit sore, to be honest. Many years of repetitive typing, a lot, and it's taking its toll, and I'm trying to fix it, but I'm not quite there yet. So anyway, the whole point to what I'm starting here is going to be trying to introduce everyone to my love of programming. I hope everyone can hear this, by the way. I don't know if I've got, I think I can see the audio's going out there, or at least it looks like it's going out. Anyway, I'm trying not to mumble, and I'm trying not to ramble too much, because I have a tendency to do that. I get an idea in my head and I just blah 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 blah. But that's kind of the point, right? If you're doing something entertaining, I'm trying to be entertaining. Well, I don't know. Anyway, this is all new to me, but it's fun nonetheless. Something I've been thinking about for a while, to be honest. A few people have asked me when you're going to start doing it. I thought, well, maybe I could, maybe I might, maybe I won't. The problem is you've got to get scheduling. You've got to think about how you're going to get it set up, and you can see my code in the background. We're kind of almost ready to go. And we'll click over in a minute, but I just wanted to give my kind of opening spiel for anyone who's watching this for the first time, which is, this is the first time. If anyone's kind of looking at the replay, I am actually recording this, so we should be able to kind of catch up and follow along later on if you're interested. But what I'm going to be doing today is I'm just going to be doing a dry run, effectively. This is my kind of first introduction to doing this stuff live. You're going to watch me doing it live. I'm going to make mistakes as I'm going through it. I don't know what I'm doing, and as I said, I'm just trying to figure my way out as I go through this and make sure that I'm providing value and being educational, and also being entertaining, and not just boring the crap out of everyone. That's not my intent. My intent is to share my knowledge and share my experience with everyone in an open way. There's always this hashtag build in public. I've been doing that my whole career before that even existed, and before that was even a thing. Well, at least I've been trying to do it in public. There was an old, well, it's still actually going. There's an old repository called SourceForge back in the day, and Google Code as well back in the day, about 20 years ago now. And I put all my stuff out there, and then SourceForge became just a hellhole for ads and was abandoned, and Google Code was shut down, like all Google projects are. So I kind of gave up until the last few years when we're doing open source again. Picked up the mantle again and started doing it, and having a lot of fun with it over the last couple of years, and it's progressed to a point where I'm starting to bring these pieces together in an interesting way that I'd like to start kind of opening up the curtain and showing exactly what's going in under the covers. If anyone's interested, I'm not sure anyone will be, but that's the point of all of this. And tomorrow, starting tomorrow, I'm going to be doing something slightly different, which is building a brand new project from scratch, because we actually have a hackathon. Now, I work at a company called Cisco, and Cisco is a very big, large technology company. You've probably heard of it. If you're online, you probably know what they are. You've probably heard of Cisco, but you'd be surprised a lot of people haven't. Just, a lot of people haven't. I'm out there kind of meeting people. Say, oh, I work for Cisco. They go, what, the food company? I'm like, what? No. The IT company. Is like, never heard of it. Anyway, that surprises me, but I work at Cisco, and I work as a Cisco, and I have a role in the security organization for actually, I say I work at Cisco. They pay my salary, but I actually work for Splunk. Splunk is, if you don't know who Splunk is, or never heard of Splunk, Splunk is this phenomenal analytics platform. It's basically you suck all your unstructured data in, and then you can query it in any interesting and amazing way by using Splunk. It's super popular, or was super popular, or is super popular. Depends on which stage of company life cycle you're looking at. Startups, it's a bit expensive. Big businesses, SMEs, it's like a staple. Everyone uses it. Anyway, I work for Splunk. We got acquired by Cisco. Now I work at Cisco, and I'm a distinguished engineer, and I work in security. So all of our security products, that's I'm kind of helping guide the vision, the technical vision of that at scale, and it's about a $500-600 million product. I would love it to be a $500 to $600 billion product, but it's not yet. Not yet. I don't know if we can get that. That's pretty ambitious, to be honest. The whole company did 5 billion last year, so I don't think we're gonna get up to that. But anyway, I digress. I'm trying to now figure out what is going on with my stream here, because it looks like YouTube is just streaming. I don't know. Have I just been talking to myself? I hope I haven't been talking to myself. Why is this just looping? Well, oh, actually there it is. But it's on YouTube. I thought it wasn't on YouTube. It is on YouTube. It's on Twitch, and we got it on YouTube. All right, let's go to chat. There's nothing in the chat. No one in the chat. Great. That's exactly what I wanted. No man. All right. Close. Great. There's nobody watching, and there's nobody in chat, which is exactly what I wanted. Good to know. Ah, great. What a great kickoff this has all been. Cheers. I hope you're having a good time. Because there's no one watching. Maybe you're watching in a replay. I'm talking to myself right now, basically, which is fun. A bit like therapy. You ever tried that? Talking yourself in a mirror? You should try it. Very, very helpful. So I'm drinking a product by a company. I'm not sure if that's going to get me in trouble. I don't care, to be honest. Somebody will complain, maybe not. Right. While we're let's just get on with it, shall we? I need to click off of this stream here because I don't want to. I don't want to be watching this. How do I get rid of that in YouTube? Back to Twitch. I'm talking to myself again, sorry. Anyway. Right. Let's switch over to little me. Little me. Hello. Oh, look at that. Wasn't that cool? Nice. And let's talk a little bit about what you're looking at on the screen. In fact, let's change this over to be Claude and Chrome so you can see this. All right. Getting the hang of it. We're getting the hang of it, you see. Getting the hang of it. Well, what you see on the right hand side is a what's changed report, and this is from the OpenAPI Doctor. Now if you're curious about where this is, go to pb33f.io/doctor and you'll see this is running live. It's a much older version that's running live than the version I'm working on here. I've been working on this for some time, and in this version here I'm actually building a new feature for what's called the TARDIS, and it's a time machine inside the Doctor. So just in case you don't know what this is, it's a brief introduction. OpenAPI, excuse me, I'm taking a big deep breaths here because I'm a little nervous, to be honest. So I'm trying to keep myself calm, even though no one's watching, but they might be watching in the future and judging me. So here's the Doctor. This is an OpenAPI specification. If you don't know what OpenAPI is, it stands for Open Application Programming Interface. Effectively, it's the open standard for defining RESTful HTTP interfaces out there. If you're interested in learning more, go to openapis.org. In fact, actually, we can take a look at this briefly. OpenAPI, not .com. That's the wrong one. Not the. Don't know what that is. Don't know what that is, but let's try again. OpenAPI, Google. OpenAPI, give me OpenAPI. Here it is. Not Swagger either. Swagger is a product by a company called SmartBear, who actually donated their specification called Swagger to the Linux Foundation, and well, it became renamed OpenAPI. Anyway, you can see there's a lot of sponsored results up there. But if we go to OpenAPI Initiative, you can see this is the world's most used OpenAPI description standard. It's really for defining HTTP APIs. It is the de facto standard. Yes, there's other things out there, but they all fell by the wayside because of the popularity of this one, just simply because it a little bit like the VHS story. If you are too young to remember what the VHS story is, long time ago, we had different competing formats for home videos before DVDs. The first one was Betamax, the second one was VHS. There were others, I'm not going to go into it, but they were the two competing factors, and it was a war about, format war. And we've seen this multiple times before, and I can go into that story later if anyone's ever interested, if anyone ever comes watching. But for now, I'm just going to keep it straightforward. But VHS and Betamax, and you had another standard out there called RAML by a company called MuleSoft, who also focus on APIs, and they were and Blueprint was another one. They were competing for the standard, like who's going to win who's going to win the title of whatever is going to be the most used, the standard everyone just defaults to. One can only emerge, and that was OpenAPI with specs. In VHS and Betamax, it was VHS one, even though it was a lower quality format. It just was more compatible. It was more widely adopted by manufacturers than Betamax. Betamax was higher quality. It was a better product, but it simply didn't catch fire like VHS. And we saw the same thing with HD TV and Blu-ray. There were two competing formats for the next disc format, which was superseded DVDs. DVDs superseded VHS, by the way. And HD TV was something, I think it was built by Panasonic. It was Panasonic's attempt. I think it was Panasonic. I don't know. Maybe Hitachi. I don't know. No, I think it was Panasonic. Anyway, they lost out to Blu-ray. It seemed like it would be a much better choice for the next generation format, HD TV. But no. Anyway, it was Blu-ray won that one and still holds the title. Nothing has knocked it off its block yet, except for streaming. Kind of made Blu-rays irrelevant, but they're not really if you want really, really high quality cinema at home. Streaming just doesn't compete. Back to OpenAPI. That is what all of my tooling is about at the moment. Tomorrow's hackathon that I'm starting, that we have at work, will not be about OpenAPI. It's going to be all about. It's going to all be all about something else. I'm not going to talk about it, to be honest, until tomorrow, because we'll find out. I'm just going to tell everyone in my channel that I'm live, just in case they're interested. What's going on here? It says, oh, I'm being told that my stream bitrate is low. Why is that? Why is that? Why is that? I am trying to figure out what's going on here. So I'm live. I know I'm live. But what is going on? What is going on? What is going on? Excellent. So it says it's excellent over on Twitch. Twitch says I'm doing great. So what's going on with YouTube? Why are you giving me grief? What do you mean the current bit rate's too low? Man, I don't know. Ooh. Okay. So stream status is good. You know, I just don't know. I don't know why. It's like it seems it's really behind. Like way behind. Or maybe not. Maybe that's just me flipping in and it's catching up really late. If I reload it. Yeah, actually, when I jump over to YouTube, it seems like the stream is like way in the past. Way in the past. Don't know. All new to me. As I said, you know, I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. I'm like a science dog. I just have no idea what I'm doing. Anyway, back to OpenAPI. I'm working on all that stuff. If you want to learn more about it, please go check out openapis.org. There's loads of stuff in here. But once you start using it, you quickly realize, oh, this is really complicated. At scale, that is, once you really get past the hello world and you know that I'm building a demo and actually start using it and composing objects and creating APIs and contracts, it's like, wow, this is now massively out of control. This specification is huge. I can't read it anymore. That's where I come in. That's where my tools come in. Is when you need to start using these contracts programmatically, understanding how high quality they are, how well they're put together, if they're valid, if they're compliant, understanding all about how you've built this contract, and is it something that's, you know, is it actually going to be something people can use? Is it going to work in tooling? Is it going to be compatible? Is it going to be compliant? Is it going to work in pipelines? Is it going to be consumable by your customers or your clients, whatever you call them, and just work with their tooling? You know, you can be able to feed it into an SDK generator and have it, you know, spit out what you need. You know, it's this. You know, you don't know. At scale, all right? And usually people think, oh, I'll just get AI to generate it and it'll spit out a contract. I was like, yeah, it's great, it looks good. Is it valid? You don't know, and guaranteed it's not valid. LLM is going to have mixed up all the versions of OpenAPI, and so you need to give the LLM tooling to say this is how you actually fix it. Right? This is what makes it valid. That's a long way of me saying this is what you're looking at here. The OpenAPI the Doctor is an OpenAPI specification analysis engine that brings in your specification and will render it out and validate it and show you what is good, what is bad, what needs fixing, what the problem is. So, for example, here, let me just bring this over. This is something I'm just working on right now as I'm testing. I'm building a new feature. You can see that it's actually got, oh no, you can't see that because it's, let me bring up the Chrome as is. There we go. All right, so now you can see Chrome in full, and you can see over here we've got the violations. These are violations of rules that are defined. I'm not kind of going to go into the depth of all of this stuff. Maybe I'll do a deep dive on all this later, but not for now. But anyway, that's what you're looking at here, is this analysis engine. These are all the problems, and you can kind of go into those problems, and it will jump you to where those issues are and say, look, this is not the right case, this is the wrong case. You can view documentation about that stuff. So now this is basically a diagnosis engine and showing you exactly how it all operates. And you can navigate the document. You know, there may be some dubious words in here. Just because I tend to do that when I'm, you know, working very quickly in projects, and I tend to put a lot of jibber jabber in there. So excuse any jibber jabber you see on the screen. This is me live working on my current live stuff, so you know it might be a bit crazy in places or not make sense. Stuff like chips and chaps and chops. You see that kind of cakes and biscuits and burgers. I use a lot of that stuff, but then I run out of biscuits, burgers, cakes, and food items, and then it might get a bit weird, sometimes a bit sweary. I try not to do the swearing. I've made that mistake many times in my career of putting a swear word in a comment or a swear word in something or a debug statement in a browser, and man, have I ever got in trouble for that. Big trouble. In fact, I put something as innocent as it was... what was it? It was a 404 page, and if you couldn't, you said 404, can't find the thing, you might have lost it. Did you look behind the fridge? Something simple like that. And I got absolutely screamed at. How could you do that? Oh, well, I'm not going to go into it. That was yuck. What a horrible part of my career that was. Thank God it's over. I haven't been screamed at like that since, and I'll probably lay out the person that did that to me again. And let's put it that way. There would be an assault charge, but back to the doctor. Anyway, I'm working on this, right? And one of the feature that I'm working with is the TARDIS. So imagine this, that you're going through all of this stuff and you're making changes. So let me just comment out this parameter here, and I'm going to make a diagnosis. Now you can actually turn this on to be automatic. I keep it off because I'm making lots of changes and I don't want it firing a diagnosis every time, because it actually costs credits. You see down here, so there's a whole credit system and wallet management system underneath all of this that allows you to top up credits, buy credits, purchase credits. It will come in handy later when I've got an API that's operating, or you're building your own UI for all this. So another thing about this is that it's got this kind of wacky neon pink interface over the top of it, and that's kind of my gig, really. I love the neon blue vibe. If you're interested, actually, this is interesting. This is good. Princess Beef. By the way, this is me, Princess Beef. Princess Beef Heavy Industries, to be exact. How many people are viewing? One person is viewing. I think that's probably a bot, though. That's good. That's good. I had a few people pop on earlier. Hello, everyone who popped on earlier. If you're watching this later. Yeah. I just tell everyone I'm streaming now, just if anyone. I'm streaming now on Twitch, and and YouTube as I practice. Practicing all of this stuff. Practicing to get better at doing things like this, because I don't know what I'm doing. Do you know what I'm doing? If you do, say something in the chat, any of the chats. I'm kind of looking at all of them, really. We got 6% of our CPU being used. Let me just go over that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. Well, right. So yeah, if you are interested, as I was saying, in learning more about God, what are we talking about? We're talking about bloody... no, what were we talking? Oh, yeah. Live Open API. No, I've completely lost my train of thought now. You know, that's the danger. That's the danger when no one's here to keep you on track. You've got no kind of producer. You got no like one who's kind of nudging you, going, "What are you talking about, you nutcase?" I don't know what I'm talking about, you know, because people kind of jumping on, not jumping on. I think they're just bots, to be honest. God, this is fun, isn't it? God, it's like, what are you doing? I don't know what I'm doing. But we are talking about Open API, and we're talking about we were looking at this, and I was like, change this, and then oh yeah, you want to know more about Live Open API? Go and have a look at all this stuff. This is Open API. This is my site. This is what we're working on. Oh my god. Definitely feel like it would be easier to bounce some ideas off people if someone would just say something, but there's nobody watching. That's the hard part. He's doing this with no feedback, right? And maybe that's not, you know, maybe because you got a plan. And right now, today, I have no plan whatsoever. I'm just practicing, really. I'm just thinking out loud. And you know what? I'm actually going to stop trying to do. I'm just going to stop just introducing. I'm just going to start getting back to work, because that's where I'm most effective, to be honest. So let's do that. Yeah, go take a look at this. Live Open API. Go take a look at the doctor. Here's the live version, right? And you know, this is what we're working on. So, oh, someone's buzzing me. That's my wife. It's my wife buzzing me. So, what I was saying, making changes in our Open API document, and you want to track changes. I want to know what has changed and what the effects of that change are. And that's really important when you make breaking changes. A breaking change is when you're actually going to go and change the contract, and you're going to break all the consumers of that contract. You're going to break everyone who's been building code using that contract, or just taking dependencies on properties or methods or endpoints, anything, right? And there's changes that don't matter. There's change like metadata that doesn't change the contract, and there's, you know, utterly breaking contract changes like adding or removing a part. Sorry, not adding. Adding never breaks anything. Ignore that. It's removing or modifying that does the 99.999% of the damage in any modification. It's going to break something the majority of the time, unless it's modifying metadata. Deleting nearly always breaks something. And this feature here that I'm working on is actually something, it's called the TARDIS, as I mentioned earlier, and this is the timeline. These are all the changes that have been made to the contract over time. Here is the contract you can navigate, you know, using visual guides and things like that. But we're actually in this thing here. This is going to make a diagnosis. And what I've done is, you might have seen that tick down, is I've run that through the doctor. I've made a diagnosis, and I have essentially generated a whole new specification. Analysis of the specification, combined with all the changes, and all of that stuff has been like calculated, crunched, and saved. So it's like a printing press, really. It runs the entire machine and calculates everything, builds all the graphs, builds all of the models that are required to be able to render what you're going to see in a second are generated by this one run. And if we go to the Explorer, what you can see is this is a visual representation. It's a visual rendering of the Open API graph. It's actually showing you what it looks like. And you can click through any of these things here, and you can actually render them out in real time. Oh, I know now. I remember. You know what? I'm sorry. I've remembered what I was talking about. I remembered what I was talking about. So let's go and look at my website. And I got completely distracted by the fact that YouTube was complaining at me, saying you're low quality. I'm like, what do you mean low quality? It says it's fine on Twitch. It says it's fine over here. I don't know what's wrong with you. Anyway, I got distracted. I do that a lot. And what I wanted to show you actually is if we go to About and we go to About Princess Beef, what I actually talk about is the name Princess Beef Heavy Industries, why it's called Princess Beef Heavy Industries. So if you're interested in that story, and you know the origin and the animation on the homepage, if you're interested in that, like there's a great artist out there. It's called Imposter. I love his work, phenomenal. So I commissioned a piece from him, and anyway, it also talks about like the neon, all the neon hacker stuff. If you're interested in why I've done everything, why it all looks like this, why everything looks like it's like from some really tacky movie, it's because I love it. This is what I want to use. This is what I want products to look like. I want things to look cool. I want them to look awesome, and software just looks terrible most of the time. It's boring. It all looks the same. Everyone's used the same React UI library, and I think it looks like a cookie cutter piece of crap, to be honest. There's no soul in it. We've lost the art of soul, and having a UI having a soul. So it feels alive, or it feels unique. It stands out in your mind, and that's why I do everything like this. It's also all custom made as well. It's something that I've built, from the ground up. The reason why I did that is because I wanted this to be portable across all frameworks. So I built it using standards, web components. And I really wanted to control performance. I didn't want magic, and every UI framework comes with magic. Doesn't matter which one it is. It contains magic, whether it's Svelte or Vue or React or Angular or anything. I think the purest form for me was Backbone JS, if anyone remembers that. It was the purest form of framework, but it's also felt way out of fashion in favor of these magical frameworks that had all kinds of wonderful abstractions and layers and layers and layers and layers of computation that just create slower UIs, in my opinion. Anyway, this is all based in web components. All this stuff is custom built as well. I was actually using a couple of React libraries. You can see this in OpenAPI changes. More about that here. OpenAPI changes is effectively what is rendering out all this stuff is that I'm going to show you in a minute. But OpenAPI changes, this is the kind of the first version. I use React for a lot of this stuff, for rendering out the HTML report. You can actually go and see it. I'm not going to go into it. Go take a look at the demo, go try it out, have a look at it, or download the tool if you're interested. But coming back to this is all, like I said, it's custom built, and what's this doing? It's showing you the graph. It's showing you exactly what this document looks like. And it looks okay like this. You're like, okay, that's not too bad. I can see this. I can see this. I see what's going on. But if you come in here and you click on this equalizer and you turn on the references, and then you tune the visualization, what it's going to do is it's going to show you because it's a tree right now. That's just a tree you're rendering out. But what it's not doing is showing you how everything is referenced and cross-linked. And what you end up with is something like this. Oh no, we're missing some stuff. Oh, look at that. No, we're not. A few things. We're missing a few things. I need to go and fix them. Actually, maybe not. Maybe that was the bug. Yeah, no, it's not. This is right. Yeah, sorry, I'm talking to myself again because I was fixing a bug in here the other day, and I was anyway, this is right. So now you can see references of the graph, and it looks very different when you start rendering things out like this, and seeing those relationships and being able to see, that, for example, this is, it's calling all these references. These are links to different things. And you use them all over the place, and you change one of these references and boom, the entire thing explodes. So anyway, this is a rendering of the graph, and now we're looking at the history of how things have changed. So if we come over to the timeline, these are all the changes I've been making as I've been testing. And we click on this. This is the last change I made. I was removing, I just commented out that parameter. So it says for this path here, this parameter is moved. So this report doesn't exist right now. If we go to the live version and take a look at the doctor, we'll see, well, we should see, this is me logged in. It's just, all we've got is this change log. This is a re-rendering of using the Explorer mechanism I've put together. It re-renders out the change tree of just showing you what has changed versus the entire graph. And here, we don't have this markdown feature. We just got the explore changes in a list. So what I'm working here over here is there's actually this diff I've been put in here. So make that a bit smaller. We can see here that was the things that we added, things removed. So putting the diff in there, which is actually a feature that exists in OpenAPI changes. And then over on the change report, basically what it is rendering out a markdown report. So that's a feature that's now available. Again, I haven't released it yet, but it'll be available, that you can generate the markdown report from this report. And this looks a bit funky, but then it takes that markdown report and it renders out an HTML report. That HTML report is actually using a custom renderer that I've built in Go using a library called Goldmark, which is phenomenal. I love it, and it's just perfect for doing this type of stuff, which gives you control over all of the different types of nodes you can render out. So I put a custom renderer on here for rendering that markdown into this HTML. But this actually is just markdown to begin with. So this is really nice. But you can see there this parameter chips was removed. If we come back over here and we go back up to our parameter, where is it? I've lost it now. There it is. No, there it is. All right, and let's uncomment it, make that diagnosis, and go back over here. You can see it was added. Header chips was added. So it tells us that it's a header parameter and it was added. I've been working on this for a couple of weeks now. And it, just started refining things and double checking things. So I've been working through a bunch of stuff with Claude. So I effectively do most of my coding now with an AI assistant. I use Claude Code because it's just fantastic. It's just brilliant. It does everything I want. It gets crazy after a while. You know, you've got to really kind of learn how the tool works and when it starts falling over and when to back out, when to cut, when to drop. You know, you've got a poison context. You need to step back and reset the session, things like that. But yeah, I use Claude all the time. So most of the stuff has been built with Claude. It looks like all my stuff because I'm coming in and tuning and changing and making sure that we're using all my custom elements and things like that. But it's mostly AI built. And I can't get it to do visual stuff very well yet. It's still a lot of room for improvement on the front end. It sucks with custom stuff. It's fine with boilerplate crap, but it's no good with custom work at all. God, what's the time? Oh, let me go have a look. 38 minutes. I've been streaming for 38 minutes. I've been streaming for longer than that. I've been over 2.5 hours, but we've actually been live for 38 minutes. I don't think anyone's watching. I don't think they are. I don't see any comments. No. Stream status is good. It still says that the bit rate is going down. We recommend 6, 8. Is it lower? I don't know. Maybe you can only stream to one place. Still getting complaints about YouTube. Let me still live on YouTube? I don't know. Just close my window. Oh, no, I'm still live. Still live. All right, well, just going to continue. I think YouTube is distracting me a little bit, to be honest. But I need the comments. Like, I need to know who's chatting to me. Who is chatting? Who is chatting to me? Is anyone chatting? No. No, no one. All right, well, just going to leave it. I think it looks okay. I mean, I just popped on there. I'm not sure if you heard that kind of coming backwards, but I don't know. Anyways, no one's watching anyway. Does it matter? It says there's 2 viewers on Twitch, but I don't know if anyone's actually paying any attention or if they're just bots. Lots of bots. Hello, bots. Bots. Say hello if you're not a bot. Looks like a bot. Yeah. Anyway, on with the show. Now, this change report, I'm going to move on to the next object. So you literally caught me as I was working. So let's bring up Claude and our IDE. Here we go. Ready? We're going to flip over. Woof! Look at that. Nice. So now we're going to watch. Get your words out, mate. Get your words out. Get them straight. We're going to start moving on to the next thing, or testing, because I'm actually testing this now. I've been working on it. I'm now kind of getting to the point where I want to wrap it up and start moving on to the next thing. Next thing, if you're interested on this particular project, is getting I've got actually the ability, I've got a GitHub app, and you can now import your repos and it will watch your repos for you, do diffs for you. And I'm going to bring out this secondary tree here that shows you, Git changes and your changes, and when if and when you want to reconcile. And if they change upstream, you get changed automatically because it's synchronized and things like that. It's a whole bunch of cool stuff coming there that I haven't got to yet, but this is what's coming next. But I really want to finish off getting this stuff done, which means testing. Now I've got a bunch of unit tests, but you can't really see it until it's all rendered out, because the markdown comes out differently from the HTML renderer, because it's kind of passing the markdown and doing an additional formatting on top of it. So yeah, this is the part where you need to, push and shove and go backwards and forwards and try and just make it work. So that's what we're doing right now. So let's bring up there the Open API spec again. And we're going to move on to the next thing. So these are references. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove a reference here just to see how it handles that. So let's do that. And exactly right. It's given me a breaking change. This table looks like rubbish. I'm going to fix that at some point. Don't worry about that. But moving down, we can take a look and see that this was removed. The query, the limit, it was a reference. It was removed. Now, do I want to make light of that was a reference? See, here's the thing, is what I'm trying to do is make this useful and what do I want to see? And if I see this come in, I can see the query was removed. Do I care that it was a reference or not? Do I care that it was not actually an inline object? It's a big question. I don't think I care. Do you care? Does it matter? Is it important? No, I don't think it is. No, let's just leave it. I don't care. That's good, because it was exactly what we needed anyway. It doesn't matter that it was a reference. It was removed from this operation, this get operation. Okay, that's worked. All right, let's move on. We're done with parameters for right now. Let's move on to responses. Let's change this. Okay. The next thing I'm going to introduce you to is how I have moved on from typing, so originally I would have done the typing like this, the old-fashioned way. But hang on a minute, you can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, here's another thing, is I'm just going to bring back up, instead of looking at the code, let's bring back up Claude and the code. And Claude, and we got no code, sorry. The Open API spec. So as I was saying, what I would do originally, you can see where my cursor is, I would do the typing here like this, and I would do this for hours and hours, and it would make me sound like a robot. I am a robot. You know, it doesn't flow very well. Yeah, sure, I can type okay, not great, but it's so much more effective just to use an LLM locally, listen to my voice, and have it dictate for me, just like this. Oh, man, that's so much better. Except you need a little bit more diction sometimes, because it said NLM and I mean LLM. But anyway, this is how I'm starting to talk. This is how I am talking to my computer now, instead of doing all that typing, years and years of typing. Sore arms. Hey, look, I got a follower. Hey, a follower on Twitch, Michael Fortis. I know you, Michael. Hello, Michael. Hello. I see you. Hello. Hello. You've joined me as I am practicing. So thank you. You're the first person that's popped in during my live stream, and thank you for paying attention. I'm joining. I'm watching. I don't know if you're going to stick around or not. But I'm just going to be doing this for another about an hour or so, just as I kind of practice. I've already made loads of mistakes already. It's good because I need to do this for real tomorrow, for real. So anyway, where I'm at right now is I am just working on debugging and testing a new feature I've been working on in the Open API Doctor, as I mentioned before. I don't know if you were paying attention or not. I don't know if you were here or not, because I wasn't looking at the chat, but I was just jabbering. But I'm going to continue on anyway from where I was. We're doing testing, and I'm going to test that we have 200 response. Well, I wrote. Excuse me. I'm going to test this response and see how the Markdown report generator actually handles that change, and if it renders it out correctly in the way that I want it. So that's what I'm doing right now. So in order to do that, I'm just going to have a little bit of a chat to the LLM, and it's going to put some changes in here that makes it look like it changed. And there it goes. So I'm going to run a diagnosis on that and take a look at the change and see what it did. Oh yeah, I added that comment in there. Now we've got responses. So it sees that the 200 changed, and it tells me exactly what changed in there. That's great. That's what I want. Let's move on. We checked headers, description's fine. Headers, let's add Ashley, let's do this. Oh man, let's do this. So this cache control header, that's used all over the place. Let's change that here. See how that is handling. All right, cool. So what I did was I actually changed an object that was referenced by multiple different endpoints, multiple different. Oh, thank you for the compliment. The tools are great. Thank you. I appreciate that, Michael. Thank you so much. I'm still working on them. They're still very much a work in progress. There's a long way to go, but we're much further along than we were a few years ago. That's for sure. So what I did is I've actually changed the cache control object. This is from the train travel spec, and I just changed the description. But it does mean that, all of these different parts of the system have now been modified. So not only have I just rendered out, we've changed the cache control description, but all these other operations are now different, right? They have been touched, whether they're not breaking, so there's no changes in the contract. But it's important to know that these references have actually been updated, and where those references land. You can see that in the diff view as well. That's new. So that looks good. I want to go back to testing where I was. Where am I? We are testing responses. So the response object is fine. The header was fine. Let's do. The scheme is complicated. Let's change this. Let's just change the address. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we have a problem here. We do have a problem. This is not the way it should look. It should be. It should be rendered in actually rendered out to using a library called Prism, because this is in the front end. So it should be this should not be rendered out as a string. This should be actually rendered out into Prism, which means we have a problem. So let's want to bring up Claude here, and I actually need to get Claude up to speed. No. So I've just come back. So what I've got here is a session that was running earlier, and this is not what I want actually. I need to open up a new session with Claude. Let's do that. Let's go into our Cowboy components. The Cowboy components is a library that provides all of the all the UI that you see over here on the Doctor and everything on Princess Peak. Everything is all powered by Cowboy components. Oh, hang on a minute. My window needs to change. Let me change that. That's interesting. So it's not picked up on the change in the terminal. Funnily enough, it's still stuck on this. So I actually opened up a new tab, but it hasn't updated it for some weird reason. Let me see. It changes this. No, it hasn't picked it up. That's interesting. So I'm using a streaming tool called Wirecast. I'm trying to figure out why and how, and just so I can practice. I created a new tab in so I've got this here. You can still see everything I'm typing there. But when I create the new tab, it's not actually jumped over to it because I'm using Ghosty, and I've changed the tab. The tab has been changed, but it's like there's something going on. There's something crazy going on in my, I don't know. My mouse is getting frozen on the terminal. It might be a ghosty bug. It might be a ghosty bug. It might be. Which means I am going to have to do this. All right. Whoops. Exit. Let's just stay in the one terminal through all of. Come on, man. Come on. All right. Now we can go back into the Cowboy components. There it is. All right. Yeah, you can see that. That's cool. All right, Claude. Oh, Claude. Let's spin up here. All right. So I'm running everything locally. I've got everything in. You can go and take a look at the code if you're interested. But usually it kind of stays as a black box until I need to get into the code, until something is just rendering crazy or I'm getting crazy results. Then I go and start looking at the code before a final review. And then when we go review, then it's time to strip everything down. So what I'm going to do here is basically just talk to it. So I'm saying, hello, Claude. Today we are working on the TARDIS. We're working in the. Actually, let me just make sure that. Hang on. Let's stop recording and get rid of that. We are working on the TARDIS, but I want to make sure I just give the agent the exact location. This is the time vortex. Okay, great. All right. So yeah, we're working on the time dash vortex, and we are working on the TARDIS dash control. That's what we're working on. Can you go and review all that code for me, the TARDIS dash control, and get yourself up to speed so we can start building some new features. Thank you. I always like talking to the LLM like it's a friend. You get better results, to be honest. And when you talk to it like it's a colleague or it's somebody who's like super intelligent looking to learn, you get better results. I don't know why. Excuse me. Got a bit of a fog in my throat at the moment. So you can see here that Claude here is. Let me just bring up my side by side. Bring up the side by side. There it is. So you can see the LLM in the background, kind of making those changes. Well, not sorry, making the changes. Not there yet. We're just doing reading right now, aren't we? I'm actually running Sonnet as well, 4.5, with the 1 million. It's the context window in there, 1 million token. Just because, why not? I don't seem to be getting any poor results from using it this way. I save my Opus use. I got access to Opus as well. I saved that for really hard stuff. But I've also got a lot of this stuff also added to my Claude.md file. So I don't need to keep redoing it and typing it out each time. So this is okay. This is done. Let's move on. Okay, Claude. So the next thing I want you to take a look into is actually no, we are in the wrong place. This is not a UI issue. Or is it? It is a UI issue, or isn't it? No. Now this is tricky. I need to double check. I need to go and check where the encoding is happening. I can't remember if I put it in the back end or the front end. It's been like 3 weeks since I worked on that. All right, let's do this again. Let's click that. And let's take a look at our examples. Let's have a look. Okay. Your examples are coming through as... Yeah, what is it? No, so now I need to go and look for the changes. The examples are unencoded. I need to do this. Change to... If I want to find something in that example that has changed, so I can look that up. 6788D. That's something. Okay. This is still the spec. I need to get to the change. This links. There it is. There it is. There it is. So it's coming through as... Dang. It is coming through as... That is right. It is. It's supposed to be like that. Which means we need to render it differently using the... Oh, Nice to see you too, mate. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate all your time. I'm not sure if you're still here, but thank you. I appreciate it. I'll be here practicing for a bit. I'm just thinking out loud now as I'm working through this stuff, so hope we're not too bored. So the problem is that we have this JSON link. This is escaped, and we're trying to render it here. So all right, let's get back to Claude. I want you to take a look into the rendering of examples. So when we have an example being rendered out, actually, dang it, we are in the wrong place. We are in the wrong place. We are in the wrong place. Dang, all right. The HTML report is not rendered on the front end. It's just simply styled. The problem is that I've got to actually go into the Doctor, the back end of the Doctor. It's not even the back end of the Doctor, it's the Doctor library. The Doctor library has something in it. In fact, I can show it to you. Let's bring that up. Let's bring up the Doctor. Bring up the Doctor. There it is. All right. Here's the Doctor. So we have something called the change iterator in the Doctor, and the change iterator takes the change model that's generated by libopenAPI, and it then essentially attaches it to the much higher level model that's created by the Doctor. So the way the Doctor works is it takes in libopenAPI, as it generates a model, it takes that model and then creates a superset version of that, and then loads it up with all the features for like graphing and automatic kind of walking and other things. There's a whole bunch of stuff in there that I use for attaching vacuum results. So if you're looking at an object, you can see the linting results are attached to that object. So there's a whole bunch of stuff in there that I use and to apply changes, so you can see which object has changed. In fact, I'll show you what that means. I know what the problem is. I can close this now. So if I come over here and click on this, you can see I've got this change here. This is the thing I made. I changed the example, but this is how I'm actually able to render out the entire object. So I can just click on that object here, and you can see this is what it looks like. Ignore that YY, that's me testing something. But you can see that the actual before and the after, I can render that to the object as part of the tree. In fact, if you can see this is the exact destination to that one change. So it just shows the bits that changed in the tree. It doesn't actually apply those over here, but it just has it in the timeline. But you can see, look, it's got one change, and you can see that change in the object. So that's what the change array does. It makes all that stuff possible, because none of this is possible with just libopenAPI on its own. You cannot do it by itself. By design, because I wanted extra value add, and I can't put all the value down there. It powers all the low level bits, but it's a low level library. All this stuff up here is in the Doctor. It's high level, it's more useful, and you can then create things like this. This is all generated by the Doctor. It walks the graph and creates all nodes and edges and blah blah blah, all the lovely computer sciencey stuff. It's highly complicated and it's a bit of a mess, but it works pretty well. Refined it over the last few years, and it's really not too bad, to be honest. Not too bad. Not too bad. Anyway. This is the Doctor, and in terms of the renderer that we're talking about, we've got the HTML renderer, HTML node renderers here, and what this is it's basically a custom implementation of using Goldmark. As I said, Goldmark is this wonderful HTML rendering library. Highly recommend it if you're doing Markdown rendering and you need HTML. Sorry, you're doing HTML rendering of Markdown and you need a very powerful Go library for it. Phenomenal. I love it. I'm going to stop gushing now. Anyway, what I did is I took their API and then I created a custom implementation of my own renderer. And that's what we're working with Claude. That's what we're testing right now. One of my lights is flickering and that is driving me crazy. Why is it doing that? I don't know, but it's going to give me epilepsy. My goodness. All right. Okay. I haven't actually built anything yet. Done a lot of talking. No building. All right. So let's come back out the Doctor, the cowboy components, and go back into the Doctor. Doctor. I need you, Doctor. All right, Claude code. Claude code. My friend. How are you? What are we doing? We're fixing JSON rendering and examples. That's what we're doing. I'll bring up the right screen so you can see what's going on. Back up. There we go. All right, back in the game. Hey Claude, we are working on the change iterator today. We are going to be modifying the HTML renderer that is used by the Markdown generator. Can you go and review all the code in the change iterator, please, particularly the HTML renderer, so we can get cracking? All right. Now, if you're interested, there's no one watching now again, I think. I don't know. Don't care. If you are interested in using Monologue, so go to monologue.to. This is a great tool. If you're interested, I might put the link in there, but there's no one watching, so it doesn't matter. Right, so whilst Claude is doing that, I'm going to take a look at my bloody light. It is flashing in my face, man. It is flashing in my face. Yeah, what is going on? What is going on with you, buddy boy? All right. Seems a bit better. I need to find a good way to mute. Because I don't have a good way to mute right now. It's all live feed coming in from my... What? Oh no. Looks like I'm going to need a new key light, folks. That thing is flickering in my face. That's not good. That's not good. Gonna need a new one. Alright. Okay. Yo! I'm not sure if you can see it. It's about to blow? I think it might be. Hang on a minute. I'll take a break here. Let's try and fix this. Yeah. I just literally restarted my light and it worked fine. How can a light need to be power cycled? It's one of those Elgato ones, you know. Very fancy. Very fancy and about to annoy me. Anyway, looks like we've got all of this stuff up here. Let's get back to our problem child, which is this. Okay, Claude. We need to render out changes to examples using they need to be rendered out as YAML, right? So any example, right? For right now, the examples are being rendered out as escaped JSON, and the escape JSON, you know, has just been rendered verbatim in the UI, but we're going to need to actually, let me think about this. Let me undo this. Let me think about this a bit more. You know, this is one of the things I love about talking to an LLM, because it lets me rubber duck it. You know, I get to rubber duck with the LLM for a minute before I actually move forward, and you know, that actually helps me think more deeply about it. So the question is where do I want this to happen? And where do I want this rendering to happen? And how do I want this rendering to occur? Because the markdown, let's actually see. Let's see what this is spitting out. Let's see what this is spitting out, shall we? Let me go down here. Inspect. Okay, so it's changing to the client. Okay. That needs to be embedded in a code block. Okay, yeah, that's what we need to do. All right. Okay, Claude. So we need to update the rendering of examples. If you look back through some of the code commits, you may notice that examples are supposed to be rendered out in a code block, and ideally is YAML, so it's easily readable. Right now, the examples are just rendering out as a block of escaped JSON, and it's, you know, it's no good. Now, there comes with a caveat on this. Sometimes examples are literal values. They're going to be strings or integers or floats. We don't want to decode those and turn those into a code block, but we do want to take anything that is going to be, you know, JSON or YAML, anything that's an object, really. So anything that is not a literal value. So an array, an array or an object. We need to render those out as YAML instead of doing what we're doing today. We did this already, but I think we undid some of that work when I made some changes the other day. Now, one of the things we did do is we added the idea of encoded values on the change model in libopenAPI. So libopenAPI now has, in the latest version, it has encoded values, original and new encoded, which will hold that encoded value in an object form. So right now, I think it's all kind of just smashed down into JSON and put into a string. That's all changed down the library where we actually have the encoded object. So your challenge for today is go and look at the updated model in libopenAPI. See the changes, the changes that we made to the model for adding those encoded objects. And when we're rendering out the examples, use the original object instead of the smashed down string that currently exists. Does that make sense? Big old blob, a big old blob. Oh man, I love this. I love being able to do this. It's phenomenal. Just being able to do that, like, just mind dump into, as I said, this tool I use is called Monologue, and it just changes the game. So it's going to go ahead and, excuse me, go and take a look at all this stuff. I need to find a mute button. I don't have one right now. I have a physical one on my literal preamp, which is the power to my mic. That's not a good option for muting. I don't have a button to press, but I need to burp or cough, which is a lot. Actually, it's actually a lot. I don't know what it's doing, why it's doing that. Why do we want... What? It's asking me if I want... sure, why not? Yes. Hang on a minute, you crazy nutcase. Okay. No, don't start doing that, Claude. You're starting to look through go.mod files. You're looking through compile code. This is not... I have a local version, a local change. Let me actually point you directly to it. And that's going to be in libopen. What changed? There we go. Take a look in there. See how you get on with that, Claude. Must sound a bit... You're absolutely right. Sorry about that. Let me look at the local libopen API changes directly. All right. Hey, actually, while I'm doing that, while Claude is over there, I want to show you a cool feature. I haven't shown anyone this yet. Well, I have showed people this in the Discord. If you're in the Discord, you would have seen this. Let's come over here. Go over here. Take a look at something interesting. That's not interesting. Tags is not interesting. Paths is not interesting. Components. Station. We've got this new feature called Diagramify. Let me get rid of that. Click this. Oh, that's not very interesting, is it? That's not a very interesting one. Alright, let's try wrapper collection. I don't know. This might be better. No. These are some rubbish ones. Booking payment. Okay. No. No. These are very simple objects. We're looking for one with loads of forbidden. What about forbidden? What's that? Oh, responses. Trying to find an interesting diagram. If we can, well, I've kind of ruined the surprise now a little bit. Not really a surprise, but. Oh yeah, yes, I do want it. Please do make the change. Another thing I usually do is I usually let Claude go ahead and make the changes for me. I review them before. I don't let the agent commit anything. I do the work myself in that aspect. I do a full code review before I commit the code, because it just goes off and does nuts. It just goes nuts sometimes. But I'm trying to find an interesting object here. Response is a bad request. I'll use that one. We see. Yeah, we can only render individual schemas. Don't think we've got any complicated objects in here. Oh, that's a bit better. It's a little bit better. Not really. It's a webhook. Let's go and take a look at some of these paths. Take a look at one of these objects. You. No. You. No. Oh yeah, slightly more interesting. Slightly more interesting, just showing you some of the polymorphism that gets generated. Anyway, what I'm showing you here is that this is actually, it's generating mermaid.js diagrams from the object, which I have not seen this feature anywhere else yet. So I think this is unique. This is a unique feature, at least to the Doctor. Anyway, I've not seen this kind of thing. You can export it as an SVG or a PNG. It's pretty cool. Ah, there's a bug. Ah, look at that. That was great. How do I get that? What was that? Yeah. How do I trigger that? I don't do anything. Whoops. No, I don't want that. No, it wasn't that. How did I trigger that? Oh yeah, you can change the size. Look at that. It's fun, isn't it? That's a lovely little feature I haven't released yet. I'm looking forward to that when it goes out. Alright, so let's see what Claude is doing. Right, hang on a minute. What are you complaining about? Ooh. Yeah. I can see the issue. Look at that. Ah. Okay, great. Okay. Stop. I think you've nailed it, Claude. Like, you've started to run down this rabbit hole here. That is validating the fact, yes, that because when I built the change in libopenAPI, I only applied it to extensions. I didn't apply it to examples. We only did extensions. That is exactly right. That's exactly what you found. So this is the next step. We're going to have to go back into libopenAPI, and the work that we did with extensions, we need to also add 2 examples as well. So we keep that encoded original. Well, sorry, no, it's not encoded. We don't want to encode it. We want to keep the original object, and so we can do the same work that we've already done. Does that make sense? Don't do anything yet. We need to make sure that we've figured out all of our edge cases first before we dive in. I'm not sure if you can hear it. I think I've tested it on the stream or not, but it makes this wonderful like bleep bloop sound when you hold down the talk key, which I've just got configured as the option key. There's this lovely bloop 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 sound. Oh, it's lovely. I don't know if you get the same type of enjoyment from tactile feedback from sound on UIs as I do. I don't think there's enough of them. They quickly become absolutely horrible, but when it's just enough, as an indication that something is important, that you need to know that it was done properly. Like this push to talk, the tone for starting and ending are different. I know that it's captured what I was saying in the window that I wanted to be captured in. All right, so what does it say here? Edge cases to consider: scalar values, Scala. How do you say it? Do you say scalar or do you say Scala? I say my default is Scala because it's just because of my Englishness. And I was always bath, grass, brass. But the ra sound never stuck. Anyway, scalars, objects, arrays. Okay. Example locations. Yes. Those are all good. Yes, they all need treatment. Yes, you're right. Nested versus top level. Are examples ever nested? No. All right. to answer your question for number 4, nested versus top level, no. Examples are never nested in OpenAPI, never. Extensions and examples, no. Extensions was first because that's where you were most likely to find JSON examples being put in there, like straight up. But with examples, yeah, no, I can't think of anything else. Because we already have this generate example up here. It costs money though. Essentially this is what we need to see. It doesn't cost money, it costs credits. Beefy credits. It costs you a credit to generate that. Let do again. Ding. You see that? Ah, love it. That's all powered by WebSocket. It's all done by the backend broker, which is all built in. All built into the same platform. That is the bunkhouse. General example. Ding. Yeah, you can't see the most of it because I've got the wrong browser on there. Wrong view. All right. Ready when you are. It says, okay. The format value changed from change. Yeah. That all looks good. So I'm just reading what Claude is saying. It says backwards compatibility falls back to regular value if there's no encoded value. No nested examples. We only encode the value field, which is true. We should not be encoding anything else. The example value locations, I can't think of anywhere else you would have them. Objects and arrays, yes. Scalars stay in line, yes. 100%. All right. Please proceed with the build. Be pragmatic. Use clean code. Implement dry principles. And with every block of code that you run, make sure that you engage the performance-code-reviewer agent as well to ensure that our code is running performantly. Oh, I love it. You see how much easier this is rather than typing. Oh, man, it's changed my whole life. I mean, this whole thing has changed my life. You know, I get to order Claude around now. I get to think through the problems and the hard bits and then get to tell it what to do. And then have to go fix the bits that he has no idea about, which is actually, you know, harder than it seems a lot of the time because it's a mess. Or, you know, solving the problems that it can't solve. Recursive, highly recursive algorithms that create madness in state. It just without debugging, and there's no one out there that can understand it. Or I challenge anyone. Okay. So I think, you know, as we're working through this, you know, what I want to do is we'll get this one feature in, we'll get this working, and then I'll give the stream be done for the day. Because okay. So I'm gonna move over to the doctor now. So Claude, and it's got the wrong ID in there, isn't it? Let's just go to the doctor so you can see what's going on. So it wants to make these changes here. Let's get rid of you. Alright, so now we can see it better. Uh, Okay. This is right. YAML node to bytes. YAML node to bytes. Where did that come from? Did I build that? I can't remember building that. I don't remember building that. It's definitely in the low package. The low package is obviously not obviously me. I don't know. You probably don't know, but it's I don't remember building that. Where the hell is YAML node to bytes? Let's go and take a look in libopen. Do I even lib? Oh, I don't even have the library. Bugger. You know what? We'll just. I don't have that. Well, that window is something I need to open. Is libopen API? So let's take a look at the code. All right. Oh, it's changing it to this encoded anyway. All right, fine. Looks good. Looks good. Let's move on. Let's move on. Shall we? Shall we? Looks fine. And we'll go back to Claude. Oh, we're running the performance code reviewer. Let's see what it says. Probably nothing because it's not very, there's not much in it. Come on. You know, running Opus, it runs everything way faster, but it just, you burn it up quick, and before you know it, you're reaching your weekly Opus limit. If you haven't tried Opus, you really should. It's a great model. Great model. Hey Max, how are you? I see you on YouTube. How you doing? Nice to meet you. You have joined me as I am in the middle of fixing rendering issue with the change library. Having Claude Code, my favorite LLM, is reviewing some code for me at the moment. Practicing today. I'm not sure who's watching or who has been watching, but I'm my first day streaming, so I'm just going slow and working on some existing code before tomorrow when I'm going to jump into some brand new code from scratch. Nice. Are you looking to stream yourself? You're getting into streaming or getting into programming, or what's your vision? What type of stuff do I work on normally? So what you're looking at here, or what I'm working on right now, is this is my open source stuff. So if you go to pb23f.io and click on any of the stuff around there, you'll see the libraries and the tools that I've got. It's all open source, and I'm working on some new features for it at the moment. In fact, I'm working on some features for a product that I'm building, which is based on top of all the open source. And just so you have some indication, if you go to, where is it? I'll bring this up here. So if you go to pb33f.io and you click on the Doctor, you'll see what I'm working on. This is the deployed version. It's running live. It's a bit older, about 4 or 5 months older than what I'm working right now. So this is my development version, and that is the live version. So you'll see exactly what it is. Yeah, it's all Open API stuff. Bear with me. My daughter has just entered. I need to go and see what she wants. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, all yeah, Open API stuff to focus mainly around. It's not Open API; it's about APIs. I focus on APIs, API tooling, and things that you need as a business to be able to operate. Why are you looking at Swagger? Hey, I don't care about Swagger. What's going on here, Claude? No, Claude. Claude, that's the Swagger. No, we don't use. We're looking at Swagger for. It's Open API. Don't look at V2. We don't care about V2. What's going on? I'm not sure if that was you or the performance code reviewer, Claude, but you're going nuts. Yeah, I don't care, but we don't care about examples. Oh, hang on a minute. What is... The problem with LLMs is that they are stupid. They don't understand. And you're expecting it to understand, it just doesn't understand what's going on. So let's tell it what to do. Let's tell Claude what to do here. It's getting all mixed up. Hey Claude, look, no. So what I need you to do is modify the V3. That's what we're working on. So V3 of the API. Can you tell me exactly what you're editing here? Because it looks like I wish I hadn't actually. And we'll just cut this out. I wish I hadn't let it just go nuts, because now it's editing stuff in libopenapi haphazardly. Let's see what it's done. Model, example, examples. No. Okay. Okay, now so example and examples are used by... Actually, let's go double check that. I just want to double check that because I might be talking out my arse here. I need to actually set up libopenapi. In fact, I'm going to have to come over to the Doctor. Doctor code base. Where are you? There you are. Alright, we're in the Doctor. That's the thing, we're in the Doctor. Where is the Doctor? There's the Doctor. Alright. Let's go and take a look at that. Where's this? We need to go into the libopenapi in this. So we need to go into an external libraries. Come down here. Where is it? There it is. Bring you out. And then take a look in what's changed. Look at the model. And then look at example and examples. I can't remember which is which or what does what. Oh no. Oh, that's right. Okay, so the LLM was right, and I'm being a dummy. It is just for swagger. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Stupid. That's me. That's me being a dummy. That's me not understanding my own library that I wrote. When did I build this? Let's have a look at this. Where's my annotations? Oh, I can't do that in here, can I? Because I'm not in that source. Anyway, what I'm gonna do is open up Live Open API. I think I closed it. Let's open up Live Open API. Ooh, that's massive. And then I'm going to show you. Okay, but now I've got to go and add a view in my. Man, I'm not used to this yet. Add a new screen capture, and I've got to pick the right one. So we're not going to do a monitor. We're going to do window, and I'm going to pick. There it is. Live Open API. Great. All right. Live Open API is open. All right, I'm going to switch over to that. There we go. Live Open API. Here we are. This is the beating heart of the monster. Let's go into what's changed and take a look at when I actually made those changes to examples. So yeah, we've done example. Ignore examples because we don't care about that. When did I write this? There it is. Man. October the 27th, 2022. That's officially how long it takes for me to completely forget something that I've created. I completely forgotten how this worked. Yeah. There it is. There it is. Alright. We'll close that. No, you're right, Claude. It's examples.close. No, I got it right. Man, that was great. Actually, I need to switch back to my other view so everyone can see what's going on here. Alright. Here we go. Alright, now. Alright. Claude, you're right. Examples.go is Swagger only. I don't care about this. Just modify example.go. If you're wondering, I've actually declared the fact that if you can take a look over here on Live Open API and we go into Swagger. I make it very clear that Swagger support has been discontinued in all of this stuff. I don't care about Swagger. So, and the reason why I don't care is not because, Swagger. It's a commercial product. It's a commercial product by SmartBear. It's not an open standard. It was an open standard, and then that was frozen in time. And then Open API has gone down a different path. So version 2 Well, Swagger versus OpenAPI 3.2, they're not compatible at all. Just in case you're interested. Yep, that's right. Claude, run it and give me that test. Give it to me. And then we're going to test this out. And then once it's done, oh wow, look. So my wife came up and gave me this. Well, it wasn't my wife, it was my son. And I had another one here. And this one is much older. See the difference in that? New one, old one. New one, old one. Still waiting for Claude to run. The old one is really hard and cloudy, and this one is squishy and clear. That's interesting. They don't age very well. They do not, whatever is in this goo, whatever goo is in this does not age very well. They're called Nido. Nido. It's taking a long time to run. It's Performance Code Reviewer. Taking a long time to run. Oh, we're getting, yes, thank you. Get rid of those stupid comments. And get rid of that. Whoa. Oh. Okay. Silly comments. Silly comments. LLMs always put in the silliest, pointless comments. So got to deliberately, as part of my performance code reviewer agent that I've created here, is always looking for stupid comments. Pointless comments. It's saying it's grade A negative. Production ready code. Yeah, we'll see about that. We will see about that. We will, Claude, me old mucker. Not entirely sure. But you know what? I love a blind test. I love it. So let's do this. I'm going to restart the app. And then we're going to run another go of it. All right, stop, and restart the doctor. It's got to recompile. Take a minute. Well, not quite a minute, but it's considerable now. It takes a good 30, 40 seconds. Just waiting for it to compile. I need to get like a compiler status or something, some kind of icon or something like that. All right, it's booted up. We can go ahead and make a change. I'll just bring back up Chrome so we've got the full view. Let's see if that change made it. I think it's gonna look like shit. Excuse my language. It's gonna look like crap. All right, let's find an example. This one. Chips and chicken and soup and peas and bacon. It's like a good dinner. Not too bad. Not too bad. Right. We made a diagnosis. Drum roll, please. Drum roll, please. As we go and check our timeline. What did it do? Well, that's not right. Did we change that? Oh, it might have changed. Yeah. There it is. Yeah, I did change that. Oh, bugger. This doesn't work though, is it? That didn't work. Did we add that? We didn't add that. Definitely didn't add that. Saying we added speakeasy retries. Or like this. Let's just try this again. I'm going to delete that and see what it did. Yeah, okay. Document extensions. That's not right. This is not right at all. Look at that. What the fudge is going on there? What the fudge? I don't have a clue. Let's have a look. Oh, this has got to be some kind of weird stink. Oh no, look at that. Look at that. Oh no, that's okay. That's okay. What? Why? What is going on here? This is all kind of messed up. Look, it's rendering out. This is all good. What the? Okay. I'm gonna feed the problem into Claude. What it's rendering, and I'm going to feed in the API call that was exactly what's coming out of the machine, and see if it can fix it before I get in there and start debugging this and figuring out what's going on, because that is nuts. Like, look at that, it's broken it up in half, and it's completely misrendering this completely. You know what we can do actually is take this, open a tab, and then we'll change that to Markdown. Okay, so this is actually what it is generating in terms of Markdown. You can see, like, it's messed up. It's all messed up. Let's feed this into Claude. First of all, we're going to give it some context. Hey, Claude, looking nuts, not looking right at all. Something has gone wrong here. Here is the generated Markdown. put that in, and then we'll just copy that over. Let me bring up my Claude and Code so you can see what's going on. There we go. Look at that. Lovely. All right, here's the generated markdown, Claude, because you're going mad. And then let's go back and actually pull the HTML report. Here we go. Pull that in there. There you go. There's the HTML report. Let me just tell it that. And here's the report. And then we need the JSON. That's a lot bigger. This is the actual change report. You can see this is the change report. It's just the entire model of everything that's being rendered. We'll see if that's broken. Can you review the markdown, the HTML, and the generated report? Actually, that's not the right word, is it? It's the report JSON. That took a while. And the report JSON. And can you tell me why this is misrendering? There seems to be like a new extension. Yeah, it looks like you've added. It's rendering wrong. It's completely incorrect. I'm not sure why. This is your code. Take a look, ultra think on this, and tell me what your thoughts are. Do not change anything. Just a diagnosis, please. All right. Let's see what comes up with. We'll let it run for a minute. We'll let it run and see how it goes. Thinking. Yeah, this HTML report is nuts. Look at this. What is that? What is that? Oh, crazy, man. Crazy, Claude. Creating some nonsense. I don't know what that is. But this is all looking good up until you do this. Like, what? How? What? That shouldn't be here. That is markdown. That is markdown in an HTML document. Something is busted. Okay, here we go. So we found the root cause. I'll bring up the terminal so everyone can see. Right. It says, I see the problem. Have you diagnosed it carefully? Why would you say that? Anyway. It says the closing triple backtick is followed immediately by the breaking on the same line, which is invalid markdown syntax, of course. That's why it's being broken. Yeah, I got the YouTube stream running in the background. It looks really slow. Matt, I think that's just me, or it could be just the way it operates, and it gets slower if you don't have it highlighted. Actually, no, I just refreshed and it caught up. There you go. So ignore me. I don't know what I'm talking about. But anyway, it's saying that we got this breaking on the same line, which is invalid markdown. Of course, it's invalid markdown. Look at that. It's nuts, man. That's not. What the hell is that? Looking at the markdown output, we got this speakeasy. Good old speakeasy. Remove that. That's right. Included. Yeah, this is the problem right here. You nailed it. Exactly right. It is. The first YAML block of code has been included inside the code block as literal text. That is wrong. Why? Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, okay. Can you build me a breakdown of the level of effort required to fix this rendering issue? I can see why it's a problem. We're breaking markdown. what is required to fix it, and is the fix non-breaking, as in it's not going to break everything else, is it? Let's see what he comes back with. I can't hear the music on the stream. Just so you know, I don't know if it's terrible or not. It's all free stuff, non-copyrighted stuff that I pulled. I think you might have heard it like a million times before if you listen to many streams. It's just not going to get me in trouble for any reason. No copyright stuff. I could just play my own music, but then everyone would get very, very bored of it very quickly because there's not much of it. Not enough to fill up a stream anyway. Look at that. 1 hour for who? 1 hour? Come on. All right. So this is what Claude is giving us. Option 1. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's giving us options. I love options. Solution 1. Detect the code blocks in the render change. Okay. That's what you should do anyway. It's telling me. Okay, yeah. That's what you should do. Alright, that's option 1. That's what you should have done in the first place. Option 2. No, that's messy. Option 3. No, that's even messier. Option 1. Alright. Yeah, do option 1, please. Be pragmatic with your code and implement dry principles. And make sure that you run the performance-code reviewer agent with every block of changes that you make. All right, let's let Claude kick off and see if he can't fix this thing, and if we can get this in, then we're done with this piece. This is Veterans Day today in the United States. So thank you to everyone for your service. And also, I believe it means barbecues. But mostly appreciation for our service members and veterans. And remembering those who gave so much so we could be free. I am an American, by the way. Don't let the accent fool you. I was born in England, lived there for 30 years, but I naturalised about 10 years ago, actually. So I'm an American. With an English accent. Dangerous. Maybe. Maybe not. You tell me. You can see the performance code review is running, which is good. I'm going to fix our rendering change so we can get to not have. Let me bring up Claude and code so you can see where we got to and our crazy rendering. This is stupid. This is the new waiting for your code to compile, but not really, because you still got to wait for your code to compile. I do, because I work in Go a lot, mostly, to be honest. If it's on the back end or it's the system stuff, I'm building it in Go, because why would you pick anything else? The question is, why would you pick Python? Why? Good question. The cost is always performance versus the business needs. And with Python, it's like I think Primogen described it as the best worst language, which is pretty good. Yeah, I think he also described Go as mid, which is great. It's exactly where I am. I am mid all day long. It says there's 2 people watching. Hello, if you're watching. I don't know if there are 2 people watching, or if you're bots. I don't know if there's people. And let's see what Twitch says. Twitch says there's one person. I think that's a bot. Or that's me. I don't know. And then there's YouTube that says there's 2 people watching, which is probably me. And I'm not sure if you're still there, Max. If that's someone else. But we're waiting for Claude. Still here. Yeah, so that's all the stuff that is on that site is what's powering everything you're looking at here. And right now what we're editing is this is, as I said, this is an extension of, or I say a superset of libopenAPI, and it's what powers the OpenAPI Doctor. And it's doing something stupid at the moment. It's rendering Markdown incorrectly because all of this stuff, as I said, it's all custom. And in these early days, this is a lot. Excuse me. This is what it's a lot of. Is just doing this, nudging things backwards and forwards and polishing, really, because the mechanics are all right. It's just the rendering. The rendering is the easiest part, and also the most frustrating part. Rendering data, that's what I'm doing here is rendering data in one way, and doing it another way here, and then doing it another way here, and another way here. It's all the same thing. You're just changing, how you visualize it really, and getting that part right is, it's also where the most joy comes from, I think. I get more joy out of seeing something beautiful appear or work in the way that you imagined versus, some really clever algorithm on the back end, I optimized. Actually, there is a lot of reward when you do see the memory graph drop significantly and you see over time, memory leaks are gone. That is very rewarding as well. But I don't know, there's something really rewarding about visual stuff. All right, so Claude has been modifying the Markdown reporter. So it's actually it was the Markdown. So we can take a look. We can see that Markdown is wrong. So this is the source of the problem. And now I'm just waiting for it to finish. Hang on a minute. Okay, that's right. That is right. Now it's ignoring a Boolean. Always makes me nervous when I see things like that. Why are you ignoring a Boolean? Why is it returning a Boolean if you could just ignore it? What are you doing, Claude? What are you doing, mate? I don't know. It's just applying the same thing. We are going to have to refactor some of this code. There shouldn't be this many duplicate calls to this little format change description. There is There is some crowd in here. All right, all the call sites are updated. Let's see how well we get on then. Let's see how well we get on. Running the tests. All right, tests of passing. So now we're adding another test to see. Oh man, this looks messy. What is this? Oh, it's a table test. Using the speakeasy object. Sure, why not? Yeah, why not? Because that's what's broken anyway. All right, we breaking change with code block. All right. See how we get on. Let's see all the tests. He just rolled off screen. He rolled off screen. Man, now we barely got to fix that. Literally just rolled off the terminal window. Would have sat there, had me waiting unless I scroll down. All right, our performance code reviewer has run. Oh, it's running now. Probably going to find some rubbishy comments. I can see them. I can see rubbishy comments now. HTML should properly close the code block and show breaking indicator. Yeah. Oh, well, that's a test though, isn't it? Doesn't matter in tests. Tests and their rubbishy comments don't matter. Need to introduce some kind of mini game into Claude, something. Whilst you're just sitting here waiting for it, just running, doing, splodgifying, fingerlinging, or whatever it says. You know, it's always these really clever little status words to describe that it's doing something. But just sitting here, just watching it spin. You know, showing, like, take a look at the to-dos, see what the to-dos are. Whoops, no, that's not what we wanted. Control T, there we go. All right, just running the to-dos now. Final performance review on the complete implementation. Failing. Some of those schema ref tests failing. Why? Oh no. What have we broken? What have we broken? Probably all of it. Probably all of it. I have to undo all of this. Start again. $11 minutes. 11 minutes. 11 minutes it's taking to run this. 11 minutes. 12 minutes. Almost. There we go, it's 12 minutes. Okay, well, it's saying it's worked. You know what? I'm just going to recompile while it's building something. Okay, and it's done that. All right. Okay. Says it's done. Let's give it a spin and see if this works. If this works, we are done for the day. And thank you very much for watching. If not, oh my God, I need a break. Okay, it's compiling and it's launched. Let's go back and try it again. done the extensions. Let's try this. So we're gonna do this. Make diagnosis. All right. Is that right? Is that right? Is that right? Is it right? No. No, I don't think it is. It's not right, is it? X topics. Where's X? That? Oh, hang on a minute. That's somewhere else. What's this? But we're not changing that though, are we? So something else is wrong somewhere. Oh no. So look, if we're just changing this, look, if I just, let's make one single change. We're gonna do burgers. All right. No, this is wrong. This is not right. There were not two changes. Two extensions. No. No, this is wrong. This is totally wrong. Nothing was added. Okay. What is it? 1:48. I want to take a quick break. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. And then we are going to give this one more go. 10-minute break. One more go. Okay. Okay. Back. Let's take a look. Where were we? Oh yeah. The problem that we're facing is that we are modifying an extension, and something's happened. I don't know what's happened. It sees that we're adding extensions, even ones we're not even touching. This is wrong. So I've got a cup of tea here, just so you know. Cup of tea. Everyone needs a cup of tea. Right. Well, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's take the win. I'm going to take the win in the fact this is rendering properly now. It is rendering correctly, but it's not. It's not rendering correctly, mate. This is not a rendering problem anymore. This is now an algorithmic problem. We have the library is detecting change. Well, it's not. Maybe it's not detecting changes, but something is happening somewhere. I don't know where. We're going to have to debug. There's no way around it. So that means we're going to need to bring up the bunkhouse. The bunkhouse. Let's. I'm gonna try a different transition. Ooh, that was interesting. That one was an interesting one, wasn't it? That was an interesting one. This is the bunkhouse. This is actually the back end. This is where all that code is running. I am going to bring this out here so we can see what's going on. Bunkhouse is not open source. This is a closed source product. It's closed source in the sense that it's not available. It will be source available at some point, but more than likely it'll be access to people, paying people who want to pay for it will get access to the source too. But it won't be public. Not there's anything secretive about it. It's just there's a lot of work in it. Just don't want to make it all free. It can't all be free. All right. So this is all of our rendering for the different bits and pieces that we have for different types. We want to render down a markdown report, or we want to render the HTML report. This is the code that does it, or at least it's calling the code in the change iterator that does it. And we need to debug this because it's wrong. It's wrong. Markdown report. All right. Well, we need to go and actually find the place. I can't remember where it is now. We need to find the place where we create the change report, and then we need to figure out why the change report is wrong, if it's in libopen or if it's in the change iterator. I don't know where it is. It could be in either level. So we need to attach a debugger, which means pressing stop and rerunning this as a debugger. Alright, it's compiling, as you can see. And then they go for a second, and then whilst that's doing that, I'm going to try and remember where the bloody hell that code is. I can't even search for it. I can't even remember what it looks like. I can't even remember what it looks like. Right, a while ago. It's in the timeline. No, it's down here somewhere, isn't it? Alright. And we'll change. No, that's not it. Where are you? Track timeline. This is it. This is it. Okay, so we create our document. And we do all of our copying. And then we do our left and our rights. There's the change iterator. There's the change rate. And then we're looking for our... There it is. There it is. All right, so let's pause here. Set a breakpoint right there. And we're gonna go and have some fun. Well, I say fun, I mean debugging recursive code is never fun, ever. Never fun. It's not fun. Not fun at all. Okay, so to be able to... Actually, I'll show you what I'm going to do. I'll bring up Chrome here. Why are you looking like that? You look a bit skinny. Did I resize it? I did resize it. Why am I resizing things? It's stupid. I am being stupid. Alright. Sorry. I'm talking to myself here. I need to get better at doing that. Anyway. Here we go. Let's start that by, I don't know. I'm going to edit this property, this strategy in this extension for speakeasy retries. Let's call it burgers and chips and, oh, I don't know, eggs. There you go. Burgers, chips and eggs. Tasty working class dinner in England. Maybe. Well, it used to be anyway. Actually, you wouldn't have burgers and egg and chips. You just have egg and chips. Or burger and chips, which is pretty, everyone knows that. I'll shut up now. Let's make the diagnosis. And here we go. We've hit our breakpoint. I need to flip back so you can see a bunkhouse. All right. So here's our breakpoint that we've hit. First thing we need to do is we need to inspect that object, that changed object. Looking for, there's a change rater. And we have change nodes and change edges. Let's just see which change node. That node came in the root document. That's correct. Let's see the changes that came in. 2 changes. Okay, that's a modification. And that is also a modification. So it's wrong because we haven't, these two, it's wrong. We only edited 1, but 2 are getting changed. All right, so this actually seems like it is a libopenAPI problem, not at the high level. I think we need to go back down. Let's put this over to the LLM. Let's see what Claude is going to do. All right, so let's bring back Claude. Okay. Okay, Claude. I'm making a change to an extension that is off the root document. And what I'm seeing is 2 changes come in. One for obviously the correct extension that I have changed, but then there's another extension off the root document that is also coming back as changed, which is not true. I haven't changed that. I think we have some logic error in libopenAPI for the what's changed module one. We're detecting what's changed. It's missing. It's not missing. Let me phrase that. It's adding in another extension. Why? It's more than likely going to be an iteration problem. We're looking through an array and we're double adding, or we're not escaping early enough, and then we're marking every other extension as a change. I've seen that before many times. So can you go and do a full deep dive on why the extensions for the root document, it's one extension is being modified and then it's added another one, and then check if that same pattern is applying to all objects, or if it's just the root document, or if it's a problem with the extension extraction code. All right. Well, Claude's off to the races. Let's see what it comes up with. Please don't make any changes, just a diagnosis, please, for right now. Just made a to-do list. It's going to go and fix. I don't want you to fix. Just, Claude, you got a nasty habit of fixing when I haven't asked for it. Really, you need to not do that. No phantom changes. That's a good one. Well, we're at nearly 3 hours. I think we've got about 14 minutes left on the stream before we call it a day. I'm not sure if anyone's still watching. If you are watching, thanks for sticking. You've been watching me practice today. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. I've learned a lot about things I need to fix for tomorrow. I've learned about things I need to go and redo. This has been fun and eye-opening, to be honest. It's harder than I thought, to be honest. A little harder, but that's good. It means I'm not skilled enough yet, and there's room for growth. There's growth and room for endless growth and learning and practice. Yeah, I don't know where those two changes are coming from. My most likely candidate for this problem is going to be that we are iterating for over something and we haven't escaped quickly enough. We haven't returned or broken or continued, or there's some iteration issue with once we found a change. Oh, hang on a minute, what's going on here? Oh, it's doing duplicate. Okay. Let's test is good. Let's see what it comes up with. Yeah. See, it's doing the right thing now. It's investigating the extension logic in libopenAPI, which is what we need to do. Look for those duplicate changes on that extension. I hope that's not a new bug. I hope that's not an old bug. Well, actually, it is an old bug, and we're fixing it. I wonder no one's reported yet since. I don't know, we'll find out if it's new or old. I'll be right back. I need to take my sweater off. Okay, let's see what it says. Let's see. Found it. I reproduced the issue. Here's a diagnosis. The phantom extension changes. Let's zoom in on Claude so everyone can see this. It's a bit better. All right. Total extension changes too. Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing. Okay. So it's telling me, it's got to check. It is an iteration logic. Okay, and a YAML logic. Okay. Boolean logic. There you go. It's always Boolean logic. Different YAML states. Okay, it's checking the value on a map. Of course, that won't ever work because it doesn't have a value. Yeah. Okay, all right. So I see this. Yes. Why we see that? Yes. Yes. Okay. So that's why we get multiple changes for each exception. Sorry, multiple changes for the same extension, each exception. I'm thinking of JavaScript there. Scope of the issue. All objects with extensions that use check properties with encoding, including root document extensions, operation extensions, schema extensions, parameter extensions, response extensions, but it does not affect objects using regular. Without encoding. Okay. All right. 274 needs to fix. Okay. 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 This looks good. Please implement. Use dry principles. Be pragmatic and also run the performance-code reviewer agent with each block of changes. Yeah, that looks good. Seems correct. I mean, should we go and take a look? Oh, I can't be bothered. Oh, let's take a look on the code review. If it works, it works. And then we'll see. But yeah, this seems right. This does seem right to me. It all feels very, very, very accurate. But then I could be completely wrong because I can't remember how this code works. I wrote it so long ago. When I say so long ago, I mean 2 years ago. And 2 years ago in code terms is millennia. I cannot remember. I've written tens of thousands of lines of code since then. I can't remember what it looks like, why it works. That's why the AI revolution is just mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. I'll give it another 5-10 minutes. What we got? 2:53. We'll finish at the top of the hour. No. What is it? Is it halfway through? Is the top of the hour? What is that? Or is it the bottom of the hour? I can't remember. Let's ask the internet. Does anyone know? Does anyone know? Is it halfway through the hour? What is it? Top of the hour, is it? What does top of the hour refer to? Is it halfway through? Bottom of the hour. Beginning of an hour. So, what the fudge? So what does halfway through the hour mean then? Now let's see what this is going on. What are you doing? Yes, good. Run that performance code reviewer. What's halfway through the hour mean? What is it? Like top of the hour. There's only top of the hour and bottom of the hour. Okay, I get it now. So, oh God, I've always misunderstood that. Top of the hour is like literal top of the hour, i.e. you are full of time. Bottom of the hour is you are no more time. So 12 o'clock is top of the hour. 12:59 is basically bottom of the hour. Why didn't anyone ever explain it to me like that? Alright, well we're neither at the top, neither at the bottom. We're almost halfway through. We'll end at that point. Hopefully, this is in, and then we'll have yes, what is this? Oh, it's a test. Yes, I do want you to proceed. Then hopefully we'll have the new feature where we've got our well, it's not a new feature. It's just, well, he's a new feature. He's rendering out that not only the examples, which is what we haven't tested yet, I don't think, and the extensions as well. And great, look, it's having a panic now. What are you panicking about? Why are you panicking? What are you panicking about, Claude? Why does it always feel the need to build stuff in /temp? Why? Always in temp. Always. Okay, this looks right. Yeah, that looks right. All right. Still not working. Still not working, mate. Test the fix and verify no phantom changes. Total extension changes too. That is not right. Looks like your fix isn't right, mate. Or is it? Is it? Shouldn't be two changes in there. There's only one change. There's only one extension being changed. Why are you saying that you fixed it? You haven't fixed it. Test the fix. Verification is going to fail, isn't it? That's right. Here's the bug. What is this? Notes for yourself. Okay. All right. Wait, I think I see the real issue. Oh no, of course. Yes, of course. What you've done is you've gone and messed everything up beyond repair. And now you've found the real problem and realized that you've messed everything up, and you're going to mess it up even more now, aren't you? Aren't you, Claude? You're going to do this to me again. You're going to do it to me again. Still waiting for you to test the fix and verify there's no phantom changes. But I don't think it's going to happen. Safer test. This is where we start getting into, I've made it work, and you've basically disabled all the functionality, and it doesn't actually run the test at all. And you say, yeah, if you ignore this error and this error and this error and this error and this error, it works. Bloody Claude. Yes. Yes. Just ignore all the errors and your software works. Just ignore the fact that it's not doing anything and it works. Thanks, Claude. Thanks, mate. You have saved the day again. Verify there should be one change. Yes, not two. Yes, that test is good. Your test should pass. Pass the test. Pass that test. And a panic. Love it. Claude, you are drunk today. You are drunk today, and maybe we need to just stay off this and start again tomorrow. Because we're running out of time here. We're running out of time, mate. We're going to keep going until Claude is finished, and then we're going to run it and see what happens. And that is then at the end of today's stream, because we have clearly run into a brick wall here. What are you doing? Expected value not to be nil. Broken. Yes, your change broke something. Of course it broke something. Here we go. Here we go. This is where AI just isn't ready yet. Not yet. Not this piece. Let it sit here and just... Yes, I do want you to do that. Yes. No go clean commands. Just come on, man. Come on, Claude. Come on. Come on. Don't let me down. Dry Cat Turd said, good game. Thank you. I'm not sure what the good game is. I haven't had a good game yet. Or maybe GG means something different now. I'm not quite as up to date with the kids' slang. But almost there. Just waiting for Claude. Oh, we're using the published version. Go mod edit. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right at all. It wants to start modifying the go.mod. Oh man, we might have a total failure here. What do you mean you want to modify? We're not using it. Go.mod. No. What? Oh, hang on a minute. So the doctor is using a go.work file. It's not a go.mod. You don't need to modify the go.mod. Use the go.work file. Use a workspace. What are you doing? You don't need to modify the mod file. It's not using the published version. Sorry, I'm talking to Claude. Yeah. Just trying to debug this stuff when I know it's an over reliance. I could fix this problem because I wrote the original code. I know how it works. I designed it. I architected it. But it's just a headache getting into it all the time. I was like, oh no, it's just trying to track down like a missing node or a strange hashing problem when I can just get AI to do it. But then we get into situations like this where it's like, no, can't, no, it's all over the place. It's been stuck on this. Yeah, oh, it works. Oh no, it doesn't work at all. And now it's stuck in a loop. It's just going round and round and round and round and making a big old mess. I think. Yeah, no changes detected at all. My fix may have been too aggressive. Let me check. Oh, you know, yeah. Yes, I'm using the Claude Codes CLI. What are you doing now? What are you doing now? What is this? Check what you modifying. You're gonna make me undo a huge ton of changes, aren't you, Claude? What are you doing? What are you doing, man? Yeah, I really, so the answer to the question, do I like Claude CLI? Yes. Dry Cat Turd. Very inventive, creative name. Yes, I prefer the CLI. I spend most of my time working like this. Go into the code when I need to. Like I'm about to in the next... Well, I'm going to close up for the day here very, very shortly. As soon as I can get... I want to make some progress on this. And if the progress is just... Oh, hang on. No, it's still broken. Yes, back to square one, Claude. I want to make some progress on this before I finish. Otherwise, it's just, I've just created a big old mess today and I've made no progress. Look at that. Lovely. Look. Yeah. Course your change didn't work. Yes. Yes. Now we're getting somewhere. So we spent, well, I don't know how long we spent. I don't know how long we spent on that. I haven't got it right. You have 5 minutes, Claude, before I'm giving up on you for the day. Yeah, whatever. Even with my Boolean fix for map nodes, true map don't have scalar values. Okay, that does. Yeah, okay. This feels a bit more real now. Dare I say, Claude, have you actually figured it out? Come on, but this does feel a little bit more real. This yeah. Might have filled it out. Do I use Pro or Max? I use Max. I'm $200 a month. Pro Max. Maxed out the most money I could give Anthropic they have. The reason why is because I don't actually pay for it. It's paid for by my sponsors on Princess Beef. I don't need to worry about the cost. It's all handled. So yeah, why not? Because I love it. I mean, things I've built, things I've created, when it's working with simpler stuff, with things like this, it's very obvious that the logic is highly complicated and it just can't make sense of it by reading it. It's got to run it and understand what the state exists at certain points and build very cleverly crafted tests to be able to show that. And it can't do that. When it can't do that without iterating through it 10,000 times, which is what we're just watching now. But the reason why I love the Pro is because, sorry, the Max, not the Pro. The Max is you get to use Opus as a model, Opus 4.1, and it is very fast. We would have gone through the. Oh, look, it says it's found the real bug now. Great. We would have gone through this problem 10 times faster. It iterates so much quicker with the LLM returning results so much faster, but it burns up very quickly. It's like dumping gasoline onto Sonnet, but with some better problem solving. It's kind of useless. It overcomplicates builds if you let it build code, but it's really good at diagnostics. It's fantastic at diagnostics and planning and architecture. Decomposition and recomposition. Very, very good at stuff like that. But usually what you want is you get Opus to go and figure the whole problem out and do the deep dive debugging like it should have been doing here. And, we would have been through this problem much faster than we are now because this is way too slow. Now it says it's found the real problem. The tests are passing. Bull crap. Come on, mate. You are lying to me. You're lying, Claude. You're lying. I don't believe you. He's running the performance code reviewer agent now. Make sure that it all looks good. And we've caught all of those dry violations and no stupid memory leaks or over allocation or under allocation. Stupid comments. All that gone. Hopefully. Almost there. Hope. It's been a long one, this one. This one's taken hours of work on this one thing. But it has to be right. The tool The tool exists because it's a tool for accuracy. If it's not accurate, it's useless. Useless. It has to be accurate. The minimum, the bare minimum has to be accurate. You can be ugly as sin, but as long as it's accurate. Can't be telling lies. No porcupines. Right, well, it says it's still running the performance code review. What are you doing? You running the tests? Why are you running the tests? Actually, I guess it's a good idea to run the tests again. Just waiting. Error. Exit code 1. Why? Well, why? What did you run that blew up? You running the tests again? No, now you're reading. Or maybe the test didn't pass. And you thought they were passing, Claude, but it didn't pass. Unless that exit code is a red herring. Is it a red herring? Who knows? Who knows? Running final performance review. And what is the result? Come on, Claude. It's been hours, mate. We're done. I want to... Excellent. I see you improved the logic even further while the review was running. I didn't do anything. Are you mad? Are you madder than Brian Mad of Mad Castle? I didn't add anything while you were running the agent. You're mad. Okay. Phantom extension changes fixed. That took forever. How long did that take? That took about, I don't know. All right, let's see what he said. What did Claude say? We have 3 major issues fixed today. The example rendering has escaped JSON. Yeah, we fixed that. Well, I haven't tested that yet. We never got that far. We will see if that is fixed. But we did make some changes in the Labor and API. We made some changes in the Doctor. Yeah, result. Beautiful YAML code blocks. Oh, I don't know about that. We'll see. Yeah, the braking indicators in the markdown. Yeah, we just fixed that. That was, but then we also discovered this other issue. Performance A+ grade. If you don't say so yourself, Claude, give yourself a round of applause, why don't you? Markdown renders correctly. The HTML doesn't swallow content. Yeah, okay, that's right too. Okay, no more phantom changes. Oh, I'd like to believe you. I'd like to believe you, Claude. Your extension rendering issue is completely resolved. Okay, I'm going to hold you to that. I think you are full of crap, my son. All right, let's run that and see what happens. We're running the. Let's do this. I'm going to switch back to this Claude and Chrome so everyone can see what's going on. What is going on? Okay, I'm compiling right now. I'm compiling the bunkhouse in the background. I won't switch to it because it's not doing anything. It's just sitting there going compiling. And as soon as it's booted, we can go and try this out. And let's see, by making a modification to a single extension, whether or not it's going to report 2 extension changes or not. 1 extension change is what we're looking for. 1 extension change means that we are good for the day. I'll review the code tomorrow. I can't be bothered now. I am toast. Plus it's a day off today. It's the day off. And it's late in the day. For me anyway, on the East Coast. Late in the day, because I start like at 6 in the morning. So yeah, by this time of the day it's pretty late. It's 2:46. 2:46. All right, we've started. Let's go make this change here. All right, so the extension, this is an extension here. Let's change this. We've got burgers and chips and eggs. Let's add beans and cake and pizza. So when I hit this, make diagnosis, all of our changes that we've made are going to result in a lovely single modification in the markdown report. And if it does that, we're there. All right, here we go. Made the change. Chef's kiss. Perfecto. There it is. 1 change. One change. Right there. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Okay. All right, let's try the last thing. Is an extension. And then we're good to go. I'm not going to do the code review on stream. Not tonight. Not today, sorry. I'm too tired. I'm standing up for 5 hours now. I need to bring my chair out for these longer ones. We're looking for an example. There is one. Look, we've already made some edits to it. Chips and chicken and soup and peas and beans and bacon. What we add to this? Lemons. And rice. Okay, let's try it out. Examples don't work. Claude. So we haven't got that far yet, have we? Have we, mate? You let me down. All right. Okay, Claude. It's the last try of the day. It's been a long day. And we still haven't got the example rendering right yet. You fixed the other problem. The phantom issue is gone for the extension. Well done. But you still haven't fixed the fact that examples are rendering straight up JSON, encoded JSON. And we need to get that. The fix you said was going to be in. Now we are rendering extensions nicely. That all works great. But we're not rendering the examples yet. Take a look at the output, tell me what you think, and do a full diagnosis for me. Okay, I'll put in the HTML. Let's grab the report, as Alan Partridge would say. There we go. Lovely. Let's see what the robot comes up with, because this is the last bit. Is just, this has now just got to render as a code block and not like this, because it's rendering incorrectly. And then they'll be done. And we're good. We're good. We're good. Ooh, hang on a minute. Wow, let's see what this says. They're going to pose it clearly. Yep. Yes, this is correct. This is correct. You are right. So what it's saying here is that we're earlier, where you may remember, you may not remember, we were talking about using example versus examples, and examples was marked as Swagger only. However, because I couldn't remember what was going on, this is absolutely correct in the fact that there's two properties. One is examples, and that's available in certain objects. And anyway, yes, so we need to, so this is basically what Claude is saying. Oh, I've done it for example, but I didn't do it for examples. Examples anywhere, so we need to tell him again. Anywhere there is examples, anywhere that we're using examples, that have properties there, we need to have the same support for it to be added, and just like with example. All right. Maybe, just maybe we can make this work. Maybe. In the meantime, I'm just going to get my chair. I'll be back in a moment. I'm just going to get my chair so I can sit down. My legs are sore. I'll be right back. Hello, back again. It's me back again. Don't need to cough in your ears. Claude is still going. Got my chair. Oh man. Waiting on Claude. We are waiting on Claude to do the thing. Always think, yeah, we'll give it another 20 minutes. Give another 20 minutes. Give another 20 minutes. Yeah, 20 minutes never comes. Oh, my back is sore. Oh, God, these chairs are great. If you don't have one, get one. Secret Lab. They do great chairs. Great chairs. Arse never gets sore. Yeah. Should be in the home straight here. We should be on the home straight. Now, so at this point, I would normally switch over to another agent. I would another build, another tool that I'm working on, another feature. I don't just normally sit here and wait. The problem is that I haven't geared up this environment for doing multi-agent stuff yet. So I need to. When I say environment, I mean the stream. I've only sorted out for like this one project, so I'm gonna reconfigure it for multi-agent stuff for tomorrow when we start the hackathon. The hackathon starts tomorrow. Building a brand new tool from scratch. Well, look at this. Claude is saying, hey, all done. You're all done. And I don't know. All issues fixed. Complete day summary. It should now work perfectly. All right, you know what? Let's give it a go. While I'm going to switch over to the bunkhouse so you can see what I'm going to do. I'm going to recompile, stop, and rerun that so that we're compiling now. Still compiling. As soon as that's running. There we go. All right, moment of truth. This is it. We're changing the example. Of course, it's all done. Oh man, I'm a skeptic. Let's get rid of you. I'm gonna switch back over to my Warden code so we can see Claude. Look, it says here already. That means we should be able to test this and see exactly what it's talking about. Okay. Let's find an example. Here we go, same one. Berlin Hauptbahnhof. Let's change it to hey man, can I some of that curry, goat, rice and peas? Yeah, okay. All right, it should work. Dun 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 da 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 da. Yeah. Ooh, is that right? Is that right? I don't know. Is it right? Yes, it is right. Fudge. Fudge. It's good. It's right. That's wrong. But no, it's not. That's right. Because it's... Ooh. That is wrong, but that's in the spec. That's nothing to do with me. I should tell Bump. This is it. It works. It works. We are good. We have a successful coding session today. We have now got these examples in. Everything is rendering the right way. Bliss. All right, let's just try this one last time. I just want to make sure we change this. All right. Nice gams and slams. Jams. All right. Change that. Yeah, lovely. Okay, this is good. I want to review the code tomorrow or later, but this is the end of my stream today. Thank you everyone for watching. If you are watching now, thank you for sticking around. Thank you for dropping in. Thank you for paying just even the slightest bit of attention to me. I am going to be here very often, much more often. This is something I'm planning on doing every week, multiple times a week, as we build both a mix of new and old and something different as well. Something different. More on that later. But for right now, thanks for watching. Appreciate it. And